Hey everybody, it's another episode of San Francisco by Night. We're joined here today with Creed, Riker, and special DM guest, Bunny. Say hey everybody.
Yeah, another session of San Francisco by Night. Tonight, our attention turns to us, Section 9 again. Typically in the forms of stress and wearing down. Sometimes multiple psychiatric evaluations are needed, and sometimes people need to go in more often than they may want to. Normally at Section 9, this is not a problem. However, due to the events of this past week, there have been a lot of need to perhaps just have someone to talk with. Outside the waiting room right now, the first contender awaits. She is not new to this whole setup, but she has had a lot happen to her. She has had marriage. She has had fear and other things thrown upon her that she had not had the first time she saw and participated in this cultured event. I now take the waiting room away to Miss Christine Justice, who is now in the waiting room outside Dr. Frost's office.
I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs. Uh, Also not expecting to go home tonight.
Everything is white, just like last time. Everything is sterile, just like last time. In fact, if you could imagine what the void would look like, most people would say that it is blackness. It is a black darker than black. But what if the void was white? What if the void was the absence of black? What if white is the absence of all color? That is the feeling that may be brought up within Christine as she sits within this waiting room. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, the very chair she sits upon, the desk that shields and houses the receptionist who has click-clacked away on the keyboard, looking onto the screen in front of her, filling out statistics, sending out emails, like a good little drone doing their part in a great hive, a buzz with many different duties going on at once, not all aware of what the other is doing, but all understanding that everything that's being done is being done for the benefit of the hive. But are you an outsider? Are you a foreign object, an intruder, something that must be attacked, dismantled, destroyed, absorbed, eaten, analyzed, or merely taken outside? Outside of the hive, outside of the ant hill, just simply out. Or maybe you're a drone yourself. Maybe you are a drone and you don't know that you are. Maybe you are a princess, someone that will take over when the queen eventually dies. This doesn't seem very likely to be. But in a world with vampires, ghosts, ghouls, and other more horrifying things, perhaps it is a possibility after all. Oh, okay. Um, Miss Christine,
Yes,
are you ready to see her now?
as I'll ever be.
All right. Did you want a water or anything, sweetheart?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, do you remember where to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'll see you on your way out, okay?
Alrighty. Kind of awkwardly mumbles down the hallway.
Mm-hmm. That sensation comes back again. Or maybe it never left. The white void. Now that you are off of your seat and you are in motion, or you think you are in motion, you walk down this stark white hallway that seems so long. It almost seems to grow. It almost seems like you are walking in place. But that's an impossibility. And eventually you do see that wooden door at the end of this void-like hallway. The cabin door. The door that looks rather strange yet inviting and familiar. It is slightly ajar.
I lightly knock on it and kind of push it open. Hello.
There is no one there. The lights are off, but the candles are lit. It seems to be a more intimate setting. Not romantic or sexual in any nature. Perhaps the lights simply don't work in this area. But the candles are there, and the lights are not. And they cast shadows all around the room. But you don't feel in danger. You feel like you are being embraced. Embraced by a familiar surrounding, by a familiar sensation. This feels like home. It doesn't look like home. But whatever home is to you, be it a place or in the arms of another, or into the puppy dog eyes of a dog you love so much,
Well, I don't know about that.
you feel at home here. And yet you are alone. The chair is pulled for you to sit, but there is no one on the other end of the desk. No one writing on their papers or clacking away on their still turned on computer.
Well, I look back to the hallway. Its purity, its the void, the sort of madness it seems to convey. The calm madness, it's weird. I'm gonna look back and, well, after all I've reflected on, I'll take my seat. Not out of sheer comfort or anything, it's just obviously I meant to sit there, and, well, it's what a good little drone does. As, after all, I am pretty much just a pawn in this game, so might as well, you know, just go along with it.
You enter the room. You sit in your seat. You do as you are told. The command coming from a non-entity
Cut a shush!
with no mouth to speak its commands. You simply know what to do. You sit and you wait, like a good little thing. You may look around, move your head, move your eyes, move your mind. You see pictures and statues. You see bookcases lined with different kinds of books. You see a table with a decanter of some kind of dark liquid, perhaps brandy or scotch or bourbon. You see the large windows, almost floor to ceiling. And the curtains do not cover the windows. They've been pulled back, tied up. There is light that streams in from outside, but that light does not convey the same familiarity, safety, security. This light does not seem to embrace, but warn.
I realize I shouted in the microphone and I feel awkward.
Ah, Christine, thank you for coming back. A voice calls out from behind you, as perhaps you were lost in thought, or perhaps you were just waiting. But the door you did not close is now closed, and there were no sounds of footsteps. Perhaps you've come accustomed to these things. But the fact remains, a familiar voice speaks to you. They come out from behind where you are sitting, loop around, and sit in their office chair, pulling themselves towards the table, picking up a pencil, sliding over some paper, and placing it, the tip of this pencil, onto the piece of paper, and smiles at you, just a little. I'm sure you've been through quite a bit since our last appointment. How are you feeling? It is none other than the beloved Dr. Frost.
I'm feeling better than I was a few days ago, I'll say that. Or maybe not, I don't know. I was pretty drugged up then. So who knows? But I'm doing alright.
Has anything major happened in your life?
Yes, actually. I mean, well, people call me Justice instead of Valentine now. She kind of holds up her ring.
Ah, congratulations.
Thank.
Was the ceremony beautiful?
Oh, very much so. You know, lots of friends and family and new faces. Managed to hold off pretty much the nightmares of the world for at least a day.
It's a difficult thing to do. Even if it is just for one day, it can seem like an impossible task, especially when you are a part of the Sector 9 squad.
Indeed. Which, you know, them waking up the next morning and seeing a text from your friend saying, "Oh, by the way, my brother has been kidnapped." Yeah, good start. Good start.
Why don't we explore that a little further? Who and why?
That was... I'm not sure what the briefings they give you on the actual... when they call us out, but he was some vampire, I guess, and we went to his little hidey hole and we made him not alive, and we torched the place, I guess. The ending was a bit fuzzy for me. I got pretty roughed up. I looked like a broken porcelain doll at the end of that, and also apparently I was stricken with madness.
Well, that's why you're here, isn't it? I can help you with these things. It might not always be pleasant, if I'm to be honest, but We all want to be sane at the end of the day. You say you were like a broken porcelain doll. Do you view yourself like a woman made of porcelain,
Well,
perched atop a shelf for the world to gawk at?
she kind of thinks real hard about it. I'm. I'm more. People look at me different ways. Some see me as less than human. Some consider me just a person. That's the rarest perspective I've found. Others see me as something to pity, a cripple. But instead of a cane, I'm a whole thing. And then there are those who come to know me who see me more as a war machine, a smoking gun.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I'm to be honest with you, dear, I think that you are a rather interesting, strong, and durable human. You may not see yourself entirely as human, perhaps, or at least others may not. But does that really mean a bad thing? What is it to be human? Is it awareness? Is it the ability to feel remorse, pain? Is it the ability to exercise free will? Does free will even exist? When you stop becoming human, when you venture out into the void and leave that placid island alone, are you going towards something bigger and better? Or are you simply dying? Is it really bad to lose your old self and become someone new?
No. No. To be human is to be chaos. To be human is to be adaptive, to never really have a grip on the world. The world has never been kind to humans, to people, to anything that has ever bothered to live. The world is, by the nature of survival itself, it is only the fittest that make it. And humans, through sheer wit, at least we lie to ourselves about it, because, I mean, right now, we're pretty comfortable. We're on top. We think we're on top. We build buildings. We fly in cars. It's all nice. But a thing I've learned is nothing good ever happens without an insurmountable amount of effort from other people. Society had to be built from everyone trying, from effort. So the be human is to put effort into existence, which, in a broader sense, really, being human is basically the same as being any other creature, but there's a state I find myself in that's higher than human. There's something more important than just being a human. No, it's being a person. It's being something that matters. And to be something that matters, I find, is pretty much just spite the world.
I respect you, officer. In fact, I'm not sure you are aware, or perhaps you are. You seem to be quite astute. But I don't really respect many people. I don't feel much for many people. feeling isn't really something you need for this job. You just need to be very good at analysis and knowing what to say and how to guide people so that they can help themselves. But I do not view you as human now that I come to think of it. I don't. I view you as the identity of Christine Justice. You are not human, you are not machine, you are not anything but Christine Justice. You know things, have felt things, have been around things that most of mankind hasn't. And you've survived. You've been beaten. Your dull self picked up from that shelf and dashed upon the stones until you were nothing more than shards jutting out from the ground. And yet you pieced yourself back together. You manifested your own glue to heal, to become something more. And you climbed back up that impossible surface, that unfathomable height. But you haven't reached that perch yet. My question to you, will you settle for the perch? Or will you keep climbing to see what goes on higher? But if you do that, and you lose your grip, the fall is much harder.
To stop the climb, to loosen your jaw, to wipe that spit from your eye, to fear the fall, is the only real death one could ever face. Because then you don't become, you're no longer a person, you are stagnant, you're past, you're done. You're just something to write in a history book, you're not doing anything new. No one cares what Hitler's doing right now, he's in the dirt, no one cares. No, you gotta be moving forward, you gotta be a new person, you gotta always fight, because the day you stop fighting that's just it. There always has to be something new. This world drags you down by meat hooks, but you can always put yourself back together. It's just how hard you want it.
You don't believe you are a porcelain doll, do you, Christine?
The comparison is only a vague comparison for, I mean, as the sticker says, I seem to be made of some sort of steel. But steel is only so strong. No, it's a spirit that pushes harder.
And what really is a spirit? Is it the motivation? Is it a drive? Is it ambition? Is it faith? What is spirit to you?
It's a little bit of all of it. It's whatever. It's kind of like a fire. It's a fire in your soul, if such things truly exist. I guess they do. Honestly, humor it. But it's that thing that in you, that drive that says go. It doesn't, spirit doesn't say a lot. It only ever says go. You know what it means. And as long as it's burning hot, you have it. wherever it takes you.
And where has your spirit taken you recently, Christine? I try to avoid being briefed as much as possible because I would like to hear the news from my client's own lips. Then I go out and I investigate on their claims to see the full story. But something tells me, as you sit here and you talk to me and you listen to me, something tells me that you have undergone a change.
That specific, well, in worldview, I feel I have been treated. I feel like I've been living a lie, to be honest. I thought the day I entered this, I thought this world cared about me the day I signed up, or the day I got ripped apart. But no, it's been going. The world probably watches more people than longer than they ever expect, but I don't know who or what is. Everything is subjective, I guess. I don't know what of me is authentic, but I can at least grip onto the idea that the fire is authentic, the spirit. I'm assuming, I hope, I know it cannot be faked. That push, that drive. You can't just, that comes from something greater than anything that can be just mortally or immortally given. It's something authentic to each person. So I don't know. I find myself walled in, but forced to play this game, but I march on. I'm biding my time. I'm seeing where it takes me. And I won't let it bring me down, because it desperately wants to. It wants me to know my place. It wants me to drown, but I'm not. I am bitterly, my lungs are burning. I'm holding my breath under it, but I am going. Beyond that, in more literal changes, I mean, society-wise, I'm now a married woman. It's, it's new. There's people treat you different a little bit, but it's all pleasant and asked for. But in the literal sense, things not asked for, I find myself now entwined and forcing to confront things I feared. You know the story of what made me this way, what put me in this shell. So, quite a surprise to find out one of them was with us, which honestly I don't know why, but yeah, so I'm almost embarrassed, honestly, that I guess the shock, the moment of an explosion hitting me dead on and the thing I fear manifesting in front of me, it did, in fact, I faltered. And I can't, I feel bad about it. I faltered. I should not have given in. Though not willingly, but it's what happened. But apparently now I'm bound to the very thing I fear, so... Also, I'm allergic to silver now. So yes, in a literal sense, I've been called what that asshole has deemed wolf-blooded, which I'm not sure what that means, which all it means is, congratulations, you have a silver allergy. So, it doesn't change me a lot. It's just, there's just some more bullshit I have to deal with.
And who is this asshole that did this?
he was new. He's this guy, he wears way too much bling, and he's all muscle. Not a lot of brains behind him because he's actively a criminal, and he runs these like fighting pits. As dumb as the idea even is in the first place, but here we are. People are just, I don't know why people are the way they are. Generally, they disgust me. But so he runs this illegal thing, but he tries to run this hole where people stab each other to death. He tries to run it in like a moral sense, if you can even lie to yourself about that. And then he turns around and goes back to his gated community home in this mansion and takes care of his mom like he's just some sort of suburban kid. And it's like,
You
why?
don't see the signs. You don't see what is written on the wall, but I can't blame you. Not everyone can. You say that he wears bling, that he is muscular and dull, in the head at least, that he is amoral and twisted, delusional even, to do all these terrible things only to turn around and walk back into a life of normalcy. A life that you envy. I'm sure you will not lie to yourself in admitting that. But from what I hear, from you alone at least, he wears the bling, he trains his body, and he projects stupidity. It's all a front. It is yet another lie. He doesn't want you to look closer. He wants you to stop at the shimmering gold or that shining quicksilver. He wants you to stop at the rippling muscles and scarred flesh. He wants you to stop when you think he's stupid and that talking to him would give you nothing more than a headache. He doesn't want you to see the truth. What is that truth? Only he knows. Though I expect if you got me into a room with him, I would find out sooner rather than later. We must remember that everyone has an origin story. Not always good, not always bad, and usually none of the things that happen are appropriate excuses to what people end up doing. And your emotions are valid. Your responses are natural. The chemicals that flood your body, the electrons that pulse throughout your updated form. Everything's running according to plan, biologically and mechanically. This person is sad. Boo-hoo. This person is insecure. Who isn't in this big bad world of ours? This person needs a friend. Someone that understands them. Or perhaps he needs to be put down. Now that you know that you have been caught up in the glimmer, the shimmer, the lie, how do you feel?
The usual. That usual recoil, but at this point I'm getting used to it.
You mustn't blame yourself too much. Take this as an opportunity to learn, to adapt, to keep climbing, to add fuel to that fire so that it burns white hot. so you don't fall and shatter like a porcelain doll again. Was there anything that you needed from me? Anything you would like to ask, want clarification on? I know a great many things, and I don't do this often, especially for clients. But if you want something, perhaps we could come to an agreement of sorts. I trust you. Faulty and uneducated in certain areas as you are, that's not an insult. Like I said, I quite respect you, and I don't respect many. But if you want something that is in my power to give, perhaps we can help each other out. If not, this conversation goes no further.
I find when you want to know what to ask of someone, the first good question is to know what they want of you. So, what would you ask of me?
I'm glad that you have learned this lesson. To ask why rather than what. It'll get you far. It'll keep you climbing a little longer. What I want from you is but a fraction. Something that you won't truly miss. Something perhaps you wouldn't mind giving up. I want a fragment of you. I am a creature of science, after all, and I have my curiosities. Believe it or not, my life does exist outside of this room, as does my hobbies. And I like to study. Occupies my time, sharpens my mind. And you, my dear, are a very interesting individual. Why wouldn't someone of science want to take a closer look?
She eyeballs you, not judgingly, not anything. She just glances, and she looks at you with the electro vision. The world just turns into a bunch of outlines, and she sees, as you've stated before, your form blurs. You're not really there, or you're something. I'm not quite sure. And I ponder the weight of what I'm possibly willing to do, unless you have a response to me being able to see that.
They seem totally like a normal mortal. Not blurry, not unusual. Almost painfully mundane. Not a blemish, not a spark, not a boil on her aura. Nothing. If you would like, I would permit you to roll an insight roll, or to try to gauge if she's lying or trying to misdirect you in some way, shape, or form.
I just feel there's definitely more to this. There's always more. To assume anything is at face value is definitely the biggest lie. So I will roll is that with composure?
It is an attribute and a skill that you believe would make sense. Composure makes sense, and wits for being on your, thinking on your feet makes sense.
It's the best shot I have, so I'll go with it. Maybe our Jesus will be kind today. Or not. Or absolutely not whatsoever in any form.
What did you get?
I got 0 successes.
You know what you said about taking things at face value. How someone would be foolish to do so. You are now that fool.
Yep.
What she is saying, at least when she says it, if it was perhaps anyone else, it would come across as slimy or shady. When she says it, it's rather matter of fact. It's rather honest, crisp, clear as day. She's telling you what she wants. And there is no fog around it at all.
Oof. Hmm.
You believe her fully.
Alright. Taking, now I have to consider what I want.
Do you want to know something? Do you want a promotion? Do you want money? A weapon? A pet?
I want... Let me figure out how to word this. I want peace of mind.
Clarify for me.
I don't have... As it stands, everyone I talk to, everyone that's at least on this end of whatever shelf may be, they don't know. They don't have any... Like, I can make friends with them all day, but I keep glancing up and I keep seeing this shelf. I don't want to know what's beyond it. That'll come with me in time, I'm certain, since knowledge seems to be dangerous in this game. No, I want peace of mind that someone up there is at least with me. That someone up there isn't just waiting to see me fall, but someone up there will actually... Something up there... Well, I'm assuming there's a lot moving over my head, and I would like at least the idea.
You would want clarity, faith, positive affirmation that there is something waiting for you. Is that it?
Sort of. Just something up there. At least I can know that is really looking out. Something that's like... I don't have to know the details. I won't even ask. But just something looking out for me and at least rooting for me to get up there. And at least knowing that something up there is not nihilistically staring at me would be more than helpful.
Do you believe that no one is cheering you on? That no one is of a higher station wanting you to succeed? Do you not feel that you are being supported by your husband, your co-workers, your employers? Do you not feel them?
They do, but the thing is, we're all on this side of the shelf. We're all just as in the dark, but some of... And I don't know if someone's up there rooting for me. That's the thing. I'm not... certainly there could be, but I don't know if there is. And I don't...
can give this to you. enigmatic as it may be, just take a leap of faith. Let us sign this agreement with a handshake and verbal confirmation that you, Officer Christine Justice, accept that I will take something from you and I will give what you have asked.
Do I get to pick what that is?
What is it?
Whatever you take.
No, but I'm curious, since I respect you so much. What would you have asked for me to take? It wouldn't really be an equal exchange if you got to decide that as well.
That is also true.
Tell me, and forgive me if I forget a detail here or there. I see many clients. What is your relationship with your parents, should you still have any?
We talk, we write. They were warm, but when I was going through surgery and being pieced back together, they didn't offer a hand. They wrote, they called, they cried, but they never were there. Not when I needed them. Those nights when when the nervous system, my body was screaming because of the shock of being thrown into a tin can, they weren't there. They never visited once. They love me. And I saw that at the wedding, but it's not as warm as I needed. It's not as warm as I ever thought it would be. And growing up even, it was, I guess, more superficial than I had ever hoped. I guess. I don't know if a parent's love can be superficial, but you think they're there for you, but not 100%. So,
Shake my hand, Christine. I've made my choice.
and I do so gladly.
You feel nothing.
Yep.
No static, no mystical moment, no sparks, no over the top prestidigitation. Nothing. Nothing but a small glimmer of hope. Somewhere deep within the chasm of your core, you now know something has been put into motion and someone on a much higher shelf has taken a positive interest in your well-being. You don't know who, you don't know what, you don't know where, when, or why, but you know this to be true. The handshake drops. Notes are scribbled on a piece of paper. She looks at you, gives a very small smile. Well, I'm sure you understand the procedure by now. You'll be spending an evening here as we monitor you, give you medication if need be, run you through a couple of exercises and monitor you as you sleep.
Yep.
If there isn't anything else, please meet the secretary at the end of the hallway and finish up everything that you need to do there before going on your way.
Alright then. Thank you for your time.
No. Thank you,
I walk with the secretary out into the white void, give one glance back, and then I make my way through.
She seems to be getting up from her chair and walking over to the decanter where the brackish liquid is, before your line of sight is cut off from the doorframe. The secretary isn't there to guide you down this hallway. You are alone again to walk down this
Ah.
infinite void. But as you are about to leave this room, of course, you catch a glimpse of the clock. And it says that you have, you know, you arrived at about 10:30 in the evening, and it is now 11:30. You spent an hour here talking about all manner of things. Of course, because of roleplay and certain things, I'm not going to give you an actual full psych conversation, but you did go into details about certain things, and you feel unburdened, even if only a little.
Hmm.
So yes, you arrived at 10:30. No one was around. You left at 11:30. And no one is around. Except for the secretary, who greets you with a heartwarming smile. You didn't say that you wanted milk or water or anything, but she went ahead and got you some anyway. And there is some cookies as well in the shape of stars.
My one weakness.
And she gives you directions to the very same room that you were in last time when you were being analyzed.
Ah. Weird, this month I've been staying in Section 9 a lot more than I've wanted to.
Oh, it's so cozy here.
They do have good cable.
Oh, yes, very much so. Did you need me to walk you down, or do you know where to go left?
I've got it. Thank you.
All right, well, I hope you enjoy the cookies. I made them myself.
They're wonderful. She's already got a mouthful of cookie.
I'm so glad. Okay, well, you have a pleasant night's rest, okay? I can understand that these kinds of things can be very exhausting, but you take care of yourself, right, sweet?
Will do, thank you.
All right, ta-ta now. Riker, please
Yes,
proceed.
Riker.
Please proceed to the waiting room.
Right. Slap the knees. As the rather large man stands up, jingling slightly as he does. Of course, he'd come to Section 9 in his usual clothes. Expensive fur coat, some nice pants, shoes, and gold, trinkets and baubles, all displaying his wealth. He wears an easygoing grin, his hair is slicked to the right, and he walks with a booming confidence, if you can call it that.
All right. Do you dawdle? Do you go straight to the waiting room? Do you know where the waiting room is?
He doesn't dawdle. He goes right there. And
Okay.
he seems rather adept at navigating, somehow.
All right. Well, you go to the area that you were commanded to go through the loudspeaker, or perhaps the technological implant that you may or may not have gotten, telling you to go to said location. And if you did need some assistance, I'm sure that this technological buddy of yours would have projected an illusionary track on the ground for you to follow, just in case. But If these are things that you do not need them, and you go on your merry way and you find yourself to the waiting room. And it is uncomfortable. You know that doctor offices, or offices rather, are quite sterile, usually white, and kept very well sanitized, very well bleached. But this takes things to an entirely different level. Things are so white that it's almost blinding, but not quite. The chair that you have to sit in as you wait for you to be called into the next room is white. The ground, perhaps tile, perhaps linoleum, whatever this substance is, it is also the same color white, as is the wall, as is the ceiling, as is everything, including the secretary desk and her chair and her computer. It is like stepping into a pre-rendered area, something that does not have graphics or texture. It is just white. But you do see a young woman, very pretty, somewhere between the ages of 21 to 28. She has an olive complexion, possibly Hispanic, and has just this energy about her that radiates sweetness. And she's smiling idly, even though she seems to have not heard you come in and is working on something on the computer. She naturally smiles.
Riker walks right in, looks around for a moment, admiring the aesthetic, or lack thereof. His nose sniffles a bit, not really from sickness, but more from a slight stinging. It just seems too sterile for him. He even stings his eyes ever so slightly, but it's a sensation that's easily ignored, as he keeps his confidence. He looks over at the lady sitting at the desk, gives her a small smile, and says, "Good evening, ma'am." And despite his earlier posture, his grin, it seems genuine. No sleaziness, no lust, just a friendly hello.
Oh, sorry, you caught me off guard there. I didn't hear you come in. Hi, I'm Toya. I'm Dr. Frost's assistant. She should be ready for you in just a moment. If you want to take these papers, actually. You haven't been to see her before, have you?
I have not.
Oh, well, she is a remarkable woman. Top of her field, to be honest. But if you want to take these papers, or if you would prefer, I can email them to your tech buddy if you have one installed within you. I'm not sure, they don't tell us these things. At least not me.
As far as I know, I don't think I do. I'll just take the papers either way, though.
Oh, of course, of
And-
course. She will rifle around. She keeps her table quite clean. It's not immaculate, but she does take out the necessary paperwork. More white to the room, with the only thing punctuating this seemingly pre-rendered void being the black letters that seem to almost boom off the page from how stark everything else is. And she gives you guessed it, a white pencil, but it does have lead, or granite, I suppose. And she hands it over to you on a clipboard with a smile. She smells faintly of cookies.
The smell causes Riker to smile a little bit more, and he gives her a grateful nod. Thank you, Miss Toya. I'll have it back for you shortly.
Of course. Do you have an insurance card or anything that you want me to look at, or are you covered by Sectors 9 policy? Were you told that when you joined?
I think I was covered by Section 9's policy. Yeah,
Okay, what was your name again? Full name, please.
Riker with a Y and a K. Asteria with a V.
Ooh, very exotic. Oh, I like that name. And she goes to her computer and she types it in and she does some scrolling and clicks and she squints her eyes a little as she's looking through this seemingly endless um, spreadsheet on whatever edition of Excel is out at the time. And she goes, ah, yes, found you. You're completely covered. That's all good. So yeah, all you need to do is sign out those papers, give them to me, and I will give you a holler when Dr. Frost is ready to see you.
Thank you very much.
No
And
problem.
Riker goes on over to sit down and get working on those papers. He's pretty quick about it. He doesn't really dawdle. He makes sure to read them, but
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't mess around.
Right. Well, these papers seem to be boring, to put it bluntly. It is very mundane. It is just contact information, your name, your designated sex, if you have any previous medical history that needs to be aware of, if you have any anxiety disorders, schizoaffective disorders, personality disorders, anything that might need to be made aware to the doctor that you're going to see ahead of time. And you write all of these responses down truthfully.
Yep, Riker has nothing to hide.
Mm-hmm. So you also put down your mobile, your address, your next of kin, your emergency contact number, and you sign your name on all of the little lines where it asks for your consent and agreement on terms and conditions.
He does hesitate a bit at the next of kin part, but then he figures, well, he's in Section 9. They already have all this info, so he puts it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the bureaucracy is very much annoying and very much tedious, but you do your best to glide through as much as you can without feeling your brain wither away into dust. The presence of Toya, though, seems to maybe put a little pep in your step, or just the fact that you aren't alone in the seemingly white void is enough to stave off madness induced by boredom, or boredom induced by madness, whatever. But you were done. You were completely done. Would you go up and hand the papers to her, or would you wait?
No, he got right back and hand them back.
Mm-hmm. She'll take the papers. She'll give you a smile. Her hand accidentally brushing up against your own rather large hand in comparison. She blushes just a tad, takes the papers, puts them back where they need to be, and gestures for you to go and take a seat again.
Yeah, Riker gives just a short chuckle at the contact and just seems to smile it off. And he just gives another quick thank you and goes back to sit.
Some typing and some time passes, followed by, a punctuation of a couple mouse clicks here and there. She is not the type of person to chew bubblegum or be annoying. She seems to be very professional and very caring. And you look around and you look at the time and you see that you have arrived at 10:30. And the second that second hand hits the 12 mark, to symbolize that it is hit 10:30, the Toya chirps up and says, Dr. Frost is ready to see you now. If you want to go down that hall, just keep going down, and eventually you'll see a wooden door, and you'll be there. Did you want a glass of water or anything before you go in?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Thank you, Miss Toya.
Oh, please, just call me Toya. I hope that you talk about everything that you need to. I understand that these things can be rather difficult to go through. And on your way out, just pop by the desk, and I'll tell you where to go from there. Okay.
Of course. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'll see you later then. You go pop by now.
Yep. Riker begins down the hallway, seeming to be thinking almost. What will he say? Honestly, he loses himself in thought as he considers. Yeah, he came with a plan. He wasn't gonna lie exactly, but he wasn't gonna give much. Doesn't matter too much to him. He doesn't think he's a shrink, but then his step falters slightly, just slowing down. He thinks to himself, maybe, just maybe, this might be an opportunity to get some actual help on something that he doesn't really have anyone to go to. Hmm. The thought keeps him slow for just a moment before his pace picks back up, looking on for the wooden door.
Yes. This hallway that you were walking down, even though you were consumed by thought, when you leave the presence of Toya, when you leave the presence of the black words on the paper, away from the black and white clock that silently ticked, you enter this hall and it is very much a void. You have a very similar thought as what I said before. Is the void black or is the void white? What makes more sense? Something that is pre-rendered? Something that is booting up? It lacks all detail, it is blinding, and yet there is nothing there. This hallway is ominously long, and at one point you second guess yourself, even if only just for a nanosecond. You believe that you're just walking in place and you're getting nowhere. And that all this walking, all this effort, everything that you have ever done to try and get towards the destination that you feel you need to get to, you've failed. But then you do arrive at the door. And this door shatters this void with its color. It is a cozy, warm, cabin-like brown. And it is slightly ajar.
Riker goes up to it. There's been a change in his pace almost. That booming confidence, that stride like he owned the place, seems to have humbled. He reaches out to push at the door, but his hand stops and turns around and instead quickly knocks and waits for a response.
As you knock on the door opens from your force and the momentum behind it. There is no squeak. There is no horror trope here. It opens silently and with ease. There is no one in the room that you can see, but where you would expect a client to sit, it has been pulled out in preparation. The lights are off, but there are candles lit. Perhaps this area, the doctor that works here, that you have never met nor spoken with, tends to prefer an environment that they believe would bring intimacy and warmth, some kind of cabin coziness to the session, and that's why they have dispensed with electrical lighting and are doing it with candles. Or perhaps it is something completely different. A vista, an endless sea of possibilities could lie behind the reason why there are no lights in and why only candles lie. But the truth remains. There is no one that you can see that is in there, but your seat has been pulled out in preparation. It
Riker thinks
smells of freshly cut and tended wood. And that's a rare scent to come by in such technologically dominated times as this is.
Riker finds this all a little bit odd. But then again, he's not sure what he expected if this doctor was working on Section 9. He almost tries to dismiss that possibility that this is just a preference and has no meaning. But he can't quite do that. But he won't let it affect his judgment. As he walks towards the sea, he's actually slightly reminded of better times when he was young. Maybe this doctor was just like his childhood doctor, slightly late to all meetings, always arriving behind them. But who knew? For now, he just took a seat, crossed his legs, and waited.
You enter and you see that it is a rather large room, quite luxurious. There are paintings, statues, art pieces. There are bookcases that tower high, filled almost to bursting point with different books of different colors and languages, at least as you can see on the spine. You see that there is even a small stand with a tray, bronze or rose gold in coloration. And it seems to have different glasses and different decanters with different alcohols on them. With your senses, you can smell them from where you're sitting, and they smell of very high quality. There is a large mahogany table. Everything is perfect. The definition of perfect. No pencil out of place. No paper slightly to the left or the right. There's no creases, no folds, no dust. It is immaculate. And should you ever look up during your examination of the room, you may see a slightly odd detail. Roll me your perception, please. And tell me the response.
A 2.
2 successes?
Yep.
Okay. It is enough to see and notice another painting. But this painting is not like the other one. It seems to be hung on the ceiling, almost in the dead center of the room. And it is of a hyper-realistic eye, unblinking and open. The coloration of this eye seems to be grey, but not unnatural. Just a very rare shade that comes from some human genetics. grey, like clouds, or lint, or melancholy. Ah, you must be Riker. You hear a
Riker.
voice from behind you, a rather powerful woman voice.
Riker takes his eyes off the eye for a moment to turn around to look at Dr. Frost. He examines her for a moment, and then gives a small smile. Yep, that'd be me. You must be Dr. Frost?
That I am. Thank you for coming in on such short notice. I'm surprised that they didn't send you an email or something. Please, just call me Frost, and she will reach out to give you a handshake.
He reaches out to return a handshake. No hesitation. He even stands up for it.
Hmm.
And
She
please,
shakes your
call me
hand,
Riker.
and the strength behind hers seems to equally match your own, which is interesting. Riker. Right, of course. Well, and she breaks the handshake and walks over to her side of the mahogany desk, sits in her seat, pulls herself forward, looks at the time. It is 10:30 exactly. And that is rather strange. The time it took for you to get from the waiting room down this long hall into this room, sit in this seat, and wait for someone to arrive, you could have sworn that this all took more than 60 seconds. And yet the clock is there, and it says it just hit 10:30. Her pencil hits the paper, the tip of it hits the paper, and she looks up at you with a slight smile. So, I don't believe that we have met before, so it is a pleasure to meet you. As you have already been made aware, I am Dr. Frost, and I am Sector 9's head psychologist, psychiatrist, and counselor. People are usually designated to come and see me when the sector feels that it would be prudent and kind for people that go on certain missions or go and endure certain hardships, just to see how they're doing. And that's going to be what we're going to do today. We're going to get to know each other a little bit, and I'm going to ask you how you're doing.
The pleasure's all mine, Frost. Thank you very much for having me. And I've been alright, I'd say. Just doing my thing, day to day. Oh, there have been some changes in the last few days.
What changes are those? How does it differ from your usual routine?
Well, there's someone new involved, let's say. And I've been trying to mix a bit more with Section 9 and its employees, if you will.
Go on.
It's been different. There are people with skills I hadn't quite seen before. And I don't know. I've been trying to get along with him, get to know him. Honestly, see who I can and can't trust.
Have you been able to find an answer to that? Who you can and cannot trust, I mean. In fact, I will take this opportunity to segue into confidentiality. But I'm sure you don't need someone to fully drone on a speech, on a monologue to say that whatever you say will be kept in perfect confidentiality. It was all on the papers you signed. In fact, that's why I'm being hired. Sector 9 understands that the missions that they send people on can have an effect. They're not stupid. And they understand that there must be a balance. While, yes, they want you to do as you're told, they also understand that they want you to be well. And that can't really happen if they're probing into your information whenever they wish. I'm your friend here. So anything you say, I've got it.
I understand that. Thank you very much. And, well, I've made some decisions about some, but not so much for others. There's a few that, well, I've tried to get close to, but push me away. The one that worries me the most is the one in particular.
Elaborate.
She's been participating in missions in Section 9 for longer than I have. And in our first mission together, I goes quiet for a minute, just looking at the ground for a moment. And all that confidence seems just slightly sapped out of him. He's not slumping, but he's definitely not, blooming, let's call it. I screwed up. And unbeknownst to me at the time, I accidentally made her face her fears.
Who would this be?
She's called Christine.
I'll look into this. But do go on.
It didn't go well. At least, not that either of us can really remember what happened. But I was told she wasn't right for a while. And what's more, I affected her permanently.
Did you kill her?
No, nothing like that.
Did you remove limbs from her?
No.
Then
No,
what
I
did you
not.
do?
I did not take. I accidentally added something she might not have wanted.
There is a long pause, as if she's waiting for you to continue. But she says nothing. She just looks at you.
I accidentally made her something closer to her fear. I've involved her with her fear now. And I've almost doomed her to keep facing it now, from now on. And I'm trying to help her. I really am. Trying to make things right. But I can't take it back, and we don't see eye to eye.
What fear did you inflame? What gift did you give without you wishing to give it? It seems you are rather uncomfortable, and that is understandable. It seems to have affected you quite deeply. I wouldn't have expected, at least on face value, that you were the kind of man to beat around the bush, let's say. Speak plainly. What did you do? The first step in getting over shit is to confront the shit you've done.
Riker looks up at Frost for a moment. He just smirks a bit. He runs a finger over the scar over his nose. I thought this whole psychiatric thing was to be taken a lot more slowly. But I guess if you want to get to the point, I made her a wolf-blooded, if you know what that is.
I do.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Allergic to silver. At least that's what she got. And usually that tells me something about what was given in exchange for that weakness. But it seems it was different for her. I can't quite tell on my own.
You said that you've tried to help her. How?
Well, I didn't lie to her. I met her. She told me her story about how she got, torn to pieces by another werewolf. And then I told her that she was now closer to one, and that it was my fault. She was not fine, I have to say. She really wasn't. And I understand. I know why she doesn't trust me. I know why she doesn't understand me. We live in, if we're going to take words literally, different worlds. She's a cop.
Hmm.
I'm a criminal.
You are a criminal, you say? You
Well,
are a self aware criminal? You understand that what you are doing is wrong?
I know that it's against the law.
But that does not necessarily mean that it is wrong in your eyes. So please tell me, what things are you doing that is against the law, but that you simply must do? And why?
I have become something, and this is a recent development, of a minor mob boss. I took over one of the underground pits in the underworld, if you will. And all this, well, it's a bit of a long story.
Why? Do you feel like you owe those under you in this mob? Do you feel like you owe them something? That they expect something of you? Are you afraid that you cannot give it to them?
Hmm. I wonder if that's it. But I feel like I at least owe it to them. Not just them, just everyone that attends my place. Something. A chance to get better. I've been trying. I'm not gonna say it's legal. I'm not gonna say it's moral. I know very, very well that by normal people's standards, this is entirely wrong. But I'm trying to fix some of the wrongs with the pit, with the underground, if you will.
And how do you believe you're doing that?
Everyone that goes to my pit does so willingly. There's no more slaves. There's no more forced fights. There's a demand, and I only aim to fulfill it.
Is that what you believe?
I believe that that's the best I can offer. I know damn well that there's people there fighting to give their families something to eat. There's fathers, mothers. But that's when I ask myself, this is what they're doing to try to provide. If I'm not here, they'll go somewhere else. So I might as well try to make it better.
Your heart's in the right place, but it is not beating. You want them to be well, their family to do fine, for everyone to have a happy ending. I see past your baubles and trinkets. I see past your large frame and rippling flesh. I see past your eyes and into you. What makes you, Riker? And do you know what I see?
He seems to look at her expectingly.
I see change. And I know that you believe what you are doing is a mercy. It is the best you can give. It is not right, but it is the way it is. Something that you must know about how I work, how therapy works in general. Not everyone that comes into my office or any office when speaking to a mental health professional will leave that office feeling good. We focus on and address things that we don't want to focus or address. We have uncomfortable conversations. We remember things our brain had redacted for our own safety at that time. So please, mind your rage when I say that what you are doing is wrong. Not just from a moral point of view, but also from an optimal point of view. You have worked hard. You have tried. You have failed. You say that you want to help these people, and they go into these pits of yours, possibly surrounded by an audience, watching them, salivating, enjoying the carnage on the inside. The monsters that you surround yourself with, or the monsters you give birth to by having this take place. They fight because they must. They fight because they believe that this is the only choice. They believe this because you have made them believe this. You have a charm about you, a swagger, an influence, a primal leadership. And you can dress it up in any way that you like. But to say that this is the best you can offer, it is a lie. Perhaps one you tell yourself as well. They fight, they maim, they kill for food, for drink, for survival. What of those that die? They fight for their families, only for those families to never see them again, to never see them walk their child down the aisle, to never see their child bear a child, to never see their loved one again. to never comfort them when they are sad, to never celebrate with them when something amazing happens, to never be with them again. And what if that was the final straw for some families? What if the death of that person has caused countless more deaths? What if the ripples you have caused has killed more than you think? The blood on your hands are as thick as the cables and ropes that the mothers wrap around their child's throats as they hoist them up in their hovel houses. Your guilt is as pungent as the carbon monoxide that these mothers smoke into their lungs to join their children and their loved ones. No, Riker, this is not the best that you have to offer. Do not dishonor yourself or my time by saying that it is. And if you think that I am wrong, I can pull up the obituaries, guide you to the gravestones, show you the urns, introduce you to the orphans. Then you will know that you are wrong.
Riker seems to just look to the side for a moment, seeming to be thinking. But he seemed oddly familiar with these words, somehow. Like he'd been wrestling with them all along. He looks up at the eye above, then rolls his eyes to the side a little
Riker,
bit. Did you know?
what eye?
They're spirits of broken dreams. I'm under no illusion. I know people die. I know dreams end. I know what happens. I know who's left behind. I know who dies. I know who dies after them. I don't know who dies after them. I'm under no illusions that I've now become the source of the same pain I once suffered.
And are you comfortable being the person that inflicts pain on others just how it was inflicted upon you? Are you content with that role? Or will you change? Just like how I saw change within you.
I can't see the future. I don't know where this is all going. All I know is that I'll be trying my best. And this is not it. Right. But optimal isn't my style. Technique is for lightweights. No, I want to help at the end of the day. I want to help my own. I want to help those that go to my pits. But I only learned one way to do it. And I can't let it go. Not yet.
Why?
Because it's what made me, I guess. That little boy, that poor child, that killed a man in that pit, felt that creeping horror be washed away by the roaring cheers of the crowd. Dreams are born there. Dreams are broken there. Their spirits even coexist in that place.
Tell me more of this boy.
That boy, he just wanted to help his mother. The mother had always been with him. The mother that never told him of his father. The mother that, behind closed doors, was a victim once that father had returned. The mother that saw too much of the father in his child and threw a boiling pot of water at them. The mother I now care for.
Are you
This,
capable of caring? What does care look like from you?
what can I say? The only perspective this boy had was that of the poor. I know what I look like. I know that I dress as the poor would think a rich man would. Because, well, that's where I'm looking at this from. I pamper those I love because I don't want them to suffer. But I know it isn't the right thing to do. There's more to life than this.
That was a very good question. Would this be a breaking point towards spirit?
It's strange, or at least it's strange for me. Because, yeah, he's going with, like, the spiritual side of things, but he's also not acknowledging the grim reality. But
He's warping, twisting it to his own reasonings.
quite, it is a twisted harmony, if you will.
But twisted nonetheless. I would say that this is a breaking point. We'll address this after all the roleplay is done. Just remind me that it needs to be.
Of course.
You. All right. All right. Let's say that your pits are beneficial. That this is the best that you can offer. And that everything that you've done is either excused or there is some reasonable understanding as to why. What is your place within Sector 9? What is it that you do? Did they send you to assassinate? To kill? To hunt? Do they send you to investigate? Kidnap? Pillage?
Me, I'm just a muscle for now. But I imagined they also want me to be their ear in the underworld, if you will. Or one of them, at least. And that's not why I'm working. That's not why I'm trying to do what I do. But as long as it is in our mutual interest, we can support each other.
There is definitely a lot that we need to work on with you, Riker. There is a lot of conflict in you. Perhaps it is so ingrained into you that you believe that it is completely normal or that nothing can be done. But you haven't worked with me before. I can perform miracles, in a way. Miracles of science, of psychology and chemistry. And I am willing to help you. I'm willing to help everyone. But are you willing to get help? Or am I wasting my time? Do you want to improve? To find a better way? Or are you comfortable in inflicting this pain on others, in using your excuses and your story? Because that is what it is. I feel sympathy. I am sorry for what you've gone through. I cannot imagine the pain. But I see the consequences of it playing out now. I can't quite tell if you are Riker or father. This is the point where you need to take a good, long look in the mirror and decide, will I be my own man, or will I just follow the instructions on the box? If you keep doing what you're doing, that change that I saw within you, that potential that hums in this air, it'll go to waste. And that would be more of a tragedy than you dying.
Honestly, I think I can change, but somehow I feel I can't just yet. I can't focus on myself.
Why?
Before I change myself, I want to make things right with those I've run over on this path. Not the dead. There's not much I can do for them. Not my mother. The man that tortured her is already dead. It wasn't even by my hand. No, at least for my adopted little sister and Christine, as a start. I think
You
that in
cannot help anyone, Riker, until you help yourself. Because until you help yourself, you are broken. Shards jutting out of your character, of your identity. And every time you bring someone close, you will impale them on your wounds. And you will hurt them more and more until you kill them. Until you go beyond killing them, until you obliterate them. And then you will tell yourself a pretty little lie that this is the best that you have to give, that you tried your hardest. How did it come to this? If anyone would have told me, I would have changed my ways. Well, now is that moment, Riker. Now is that moment. It is very clear what you have to do. Only I cannot make you make this choice. You need to walk this path. Or stay in your gore-stained comfort zone and continue to impale anyone that gets close. Truth hurts. It is ugly, and it will make you cry and scream and wail. But that does not stop it from becoming the truth. It is still there, like a raven on your windowsill. Nevermore. Nevermore, Riker, will you know happiness or joy until you fix yourself before others. Mayday, Mayday. Our all people will scream when you try and fail again to help them. So take my advice, or don't. I've seen many people like you, walking almost identical pathways, branching off into very similar branches. Entertain me and do something different for once. Or be a boring statistic, another tally on the wall. I wonder what you'll do.
Riker just sits there, quiet.
This that you are doing right now, good. You should feel this. Feel judged. Feel spoken to. Feel accountable. This weight that drags you down. It will just get heavier and more toxic until you decide you have the courage to cut the line that binds it to you. Now, is there anything else you wanted to talk to me about? I think that we're done here, and I think that you're going to need to spend at least a night.
You have way with words, don't you? I just have one question.
What?
Can I have a mirror?
She opens her drawer, and she takes out a small little hand mirror, and she slides it across the desk to you.
Riker takes the mirror. He looks at it. He stares at it for a moment, and he thinks. Thinks back to that night. That night that really changed everything. But to take him, just for a moment. Before Frost isn't Riker anymore. It's a massive beast staring at the mirror. And yet, it has Riker's eyes. It's not lost itself. It's not lashing out. Actually, more than when Riker looked human, he actually looks slightly mournful in this form. He just speaks in a very rough tongue. Book, I really do look like my father. The beast puts the mirror down, and the hand that lets go is human again. And he just starts to stand up.
Speak with Toya. She will tell you what needs to be done. Everything that you just did not seem to even make her flinch. Not a dent in that composure of Dr. Frost.
He's not surprised. He didn't expect it to. If anything, he's just cursing the name that so-called gift was given. So ironic, the father's form. He just nods silently and heads out the door.
You walk down this hallway, this stark white void that yawns forward. You walk and you hear your mind swim with every sin that you've ever committed, every atrocity, every abomination, every violation, every broken bone, every laceration, every drop of blood, every tear. They scream, they wail, they laugh in a way that only someone broken by despair can laugh, before chanting your name louder and louder and louder and louder until they don't. Oh, honey, are you okay? Toya greets you.
Do I look it? He just asks. It's not sarcasm. It's a genuine question as he looks over at Toya.
You look like you've explored some really tough areas. Look, I baked some cookies for you. I thought you might want some. They seem to be gingerbread in the form of stars.
Oh, thank you, he says, and just takes some, putting it in his mouth to chew. He even smiles a little bit with them.
Oh. I wish that I could wave a magic wand and make everything okay. But that's just not how this works. You're a strong man. You are. You'll get through this. I know it. But for tonight, we're gonna set you up in a nice little room where you can relax. This is standard procedure here in Sector 9. We just want to make sure that you're sleeping well and do some final tests. And depending on those tests, you could leave as soon as tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to personally show you, or do you just want instruction?
Show me, please.
Okay. She gets up out of her little rolling chair and walks out from. Oh, no. I amend what I just said. You know that kind of semi-gate behind like a doctor's office or like a business? You need to like push it open to like get into the area.
Yep.
She does that. And then you very quickly realize she's in a wheelchair. And she rolls herself out in front of you, looks up at you with a big smile on her face. And she rolls herself to the door. She props herself just to the side so that she can open it. She strains, but she reaches and she opens the door. This way, sweetheart.
Mercury walks over to her and takes the door. He looks down for a moment and just asks, "Would you like some help?"
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm here to look after you, darling.
Just smiles a bit.
She gives another smile back, and when she looks at you, she doesn't look at your muscles. She isn't distracted by the gold. She looks into your eyes, and she sees you. She feels you, and she doesn't flinch away. She sees something in you that's worth smiling about. And she rolls down that corridor. And should you choose to follow her, she will guide you to a room that is very stark, but it'll do for an evening.
Riker will, of course, follow her. If she doesn't ask for help, he won't force it upon her. He knows what it's like, in a way, wanting to be capable on your own. Now he's left wondering if he really is, or if he ever really was. Honestly, right now, he'll have a lot to think about, but at that moment, he just wished those cookies actually could sustain him.
Why don't you have a lie down on the bed, and if you need anything, just push the call help button right next to your bed, and it'll get someone to come and check up on you. Okay?
Okay.
Tell
Thank
you
you.
what, I'll come and see you personally if you decide to push that button.
You're too kind, Toya.
Oh, you're worth it. All right. Well, you sleep well, okay? I'm gonna go get back to work.
Don't let me keep you.
Maybe another time. And then she will roll herself out, smile one last time, and then slowly the door closes and clicks and locks. Perun, please come to the waiting area.
Mr.
Perun?
Perun.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
now we can.
Yep.
Okay.
That was weird. Alright,
Yes.
so Perrin will just look up at the speaker with a deadpan look and just go, shit. Yes, it's my turn. And slowly push himself off the chair. Despite his age, he looks rather young. In fact, he looks younger than he did before.
I'm getting a phone call. I'm so sorry. Please give me a second.
Alright.
F in chat for Riker and all of his beliefs.
Did the shrink break him down?
She
Honest,
tried.
Oh,
she really did. And honestly, I would have been broken after that. Like, jeez.
But Riker was like, just nope.
Oh, just wait. It'll get worse.
I mean, I made a deal with her, so I don't know. I don't. They could. Now you just have to get broken down and make a deal with her, and then you're officially worse.
Oh, I love making deals.
Yeah, you honestly have nothing to lose at this point. Go for it.
Yeah, I really don't.
Honestly, somebody actually taking over your life would probably be a detriment to them more so than you. Like, haha, oh no.
Yeah, my life is screwed.
Like, wait, why am I going back into the hedge? Fuck. Also, who's this guy with a really nice suit and a Boston accent?
Your father.
use the Force, Luke.
Can I instead use the Swarce?
The Schwartz is always
Schwartz?
better. Is always better.
Force is too powerful for you to handle.
For those listening, this is the part of the call where we just shitpost for until Bunny comes back and shuts us up.
But
You're
the
not-
swords
Aaron
go
can
placid.
use the Swarsh. Swartz.
Schwartz.
See, your sword is as big as mine.
Please, parents is bigger.
That's secretly Miss Frost power all along. She just uses the Schwartz.
Dr. Frost, I assure you, has the biggest of them all.
Ooh, not the business.
All right. So where'd we leave off? All right. Parent will slowly stand up. After glancing deadpan at the speaker. He looks slightly different than he did before. Perhaps a little younger. Perhaps a little bit more vibrant. Something about him. Certainly more muscular, more well put together, like hard work has trimmed away all the fat that he had spent a long time doing something physical, something strenuous. He is wearing a very loose silken shirt. Nothing fancy, nothing noteworthy, but underneath it, around his neck, you can just see the imagery of tattoos peeking out, crawling up his neck, like fingers of lightning reaching towards the sky. He'll slowly take a breath inwards, expanding his chest for breathing out, looking down at the massive Rottweiler that is sitting at his knees. And he'll say, "Well, let's get this over with, Bowser." The dog will give a quick snuff, shake its head before standing up and trotting along patiently at either at Perrin's side as Perrin slowly walks down this hallway towards the waiting room.
You get to the waiting room, and it is, well, it's the opposite of Peyrune. It is not vibrant. It is not colorful. It isn't, impressive or a show of anything. It is devoid. It is stark white, whiter than snow, whiter than paper. Almost like a lens flare captured and then painted the room. The chair, the desk, the computer, the ceiling, the wall, the floor. You see an olive skinned, possibly Hispanic woman sitting behind the desk, tip tapping away on the computer, keyboard, some clerical work, I'm sure, or receptionist work. And they do not seem to have noticed you come in. They seem to be very invested on whatever activity it is that they are doing.
Well, that just ain't right. So Perrin will mosey on over, and as he walks over, he'll just make enough noise, stuff his snuff or shuffle along, maybe slide his feet against the floor just loud enough to try to get her attention without being too obvious.
She looks up and looks over into your direction. A big beaming smile. Ah, this must be where all the vibrancy was concentrated into. Instead of all the colors and the hues and the shifting tones of this room or any of its accents, it is funneled into this one being, this pure, innocent worker. Peyrune, it's you again. Oh, I'm so glad that you've come back to see Dr. Frost. Do you know what it is that you have to do? Do you want me to re-explain anything?
Scratches the back of his head and goes, "Why don't we go through all the steps again? I lost my mind last time. You know?"
No, I understand, stress and things. It can really do a number on our memory bank. Well, my name is Toya. I am the receptionist here at Sector 9's mental health unit quadrant. I work directly for Dr. Frost herself. She is the top of the class. Let me tell you, she knows what people need to hear and feel and work through in order to really break through some of those traumas and manage this hectic life of ours. I put my faith 100% in her capabilities. But enough of me brown nosing my boss. You've actually already written out your papers, so you don't need to do that again unless you feel like you need to make an edit.
Perrin will go, "Well, I just glance over the papers and make sure everything's all set."
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. She goes and she rifles around. She gets a clipboard with your name on it in your handwriting that you don't remember writing down, and she gives it to you with, again, a white pencil. However, it does have granite in it. The black letters on the paper seeming to almost scream at you because everything else is white.
Perrin will take it, trying not to keep his hands from shaking since the first time he's seen the fetch writing, but still, every single time, seems to just send a shiver down his spine, make him want to throw up. But he holds it in. He schools his face. And as he takes the pencil, in a brief moment, trying to distract both himself and perhaps Tanya as well, he'll say, "Well, if such a pretty young lady trusts Dr. Frost with all her heart, I guess I'll have to as well."
Well, I mean, you have seen her before, so you should understand that, she has a unique way of approaching things, but it always turns out well in the end.
Nods at that and goes, "Still,
Okay, well,
you know what they say. You can always trust a boss by the receptionist."
is that what they say?
I'm sure they say it somewhere.
Well, can I get you anything to drink? I've got water, I've got soda. I can even brew you up a tea or a coffee, though it's not really recommended to have coffee at this hour. You have a look, and it's about 10:20.
Holds up a um water, one of those Nalgene bottles, old school. Probably haven't seen them from since maybe 2040. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, here's one. Here's one in pristine condition. Um, the tinted glass makes it hard to tell what type of drink it is. But even so, the tea bag inside probably gives it away.
Oh, very retro. Love it. Well, that's good. Did you want something to eat? I can probably get you like a sandwich or something, but I do have some gingerbread in the oven. It's a
Maybe
staff area.
you'll say. Maybe after the session. Right now, nerves, you know?
Well, that totally get it. It's totally understandable. Well, why don't you go and sit down and have a look over those papers? If you see that you need to edit anything, just come to me and I will give you a fresh new piece of paper for you to make that edit on, and then I will take the work from there so that you don't have to do anything more than you need to, okay? We want you to be as relaxed and as comfortable as possible here. I know Dr. Frost really likes to make people as comfortable as possible.
He'll nod at that and go into the corner to slowly look over the fake parent's writing.
Mm-hmm. It is shockingly similar to yours. Some would say identical. Um, and they have put their name as they no, no. They've put your name down. They've put your date of birth down, your address, your blood type, your medical history. They've robbed you of all of these things and passed it off as their own. But everything seems to be accurate. There's no falsehoods in the writing, not that you can detect at least.
Continuously looks through the papers, scanning all of it, going through every detail, scrutinizing it, looking for what just one piece, just something to stand out, something to prove that this thing wasn't him. This thing was a mockery.
You don't find it.
Well,
Hi.
Sorry.
I said you don't find it. You do not find that safety anchor, that hope, that small pebble that you wish to cling to. You do not find it in these words.
I slowly put the papers down, take a deep breath, my hand subconsciously going to Bowser's head, slowly scratching the top of his ear, back of his ears, letting my focus flow through him, letting my stress seem to melt away. Something about dogs, their companionship, always just makes parent feel just that much a little better, especially Bowser. Finally, he'll school his face, he'll take a deep breath and stand up, putting on one of his best fake smiles. He'll walk up and hand back the paper and the clipboard, and finally the pencil, and say, "Well, everything seems to be in order."
Oh, good, good. I'll just put this back away then. It shouldn't take too much longer. Uh, oh, she looks on her computer. Oh, actually, speak of the devil, she's ready for you now. If you just head down that hallway, um, and you will eventually be able to see um, the door. You won't be able to miss it. Um, now, is that a service dog, or are you able to leave it here?
Service.
Okay, I understand.
Everything.
Hmm. No, it's totally okay. You just head down that hallway, um, and you'll find the door. Okay.
Nods.
All right, sweetheart. I'll talk to you when you come out.
Nods. And then turns towards the door, gives a small whistle, and will head through the door with Bowser trotting behind him.
You head down the hallway first, and this hallway is, like I said before, it is a void of some sort. It is like a void. Everything is just so white. The lens flare captured and painted in this hallway. Now that you're not sitting and you are walking through this hallway, it is like walking through dimensions. It is like walking through a space in between this world and another. It is familiar to you.
Can I key
What does that do exactly? Just remind me.
magic?
To sense magic,
Yes.
you may.
Alright. Just call up my character sheet and roll this. Do. Give me 1 second. So I can make sure I have that right. All right.
Mm-hmm. Do you have to roll for that?
Yeah, I'm rolling right now.
Okay.
2 successes.
Okay. It was white. It was. But it was a lie. It isn't white. It's red. and it's glistening, and it's moving. No, moving isn't the right word. It is writhing, undulating, folding and unfurling like some kind of unholy tissue or flower or both. Like a membrane plucked from a creature that should never have been alive. Should never have even been dreamt of. It is the stuff of nightmares, of trauma. You see the truth. You see the truth behind that pretty white light. The rust and the oil and the wires. The meat hooks that dangle from a non existent ceiling. You look up into a starless sky that extends for an infinity.
I'm going to slowly start backing out of the hallway.
Come to us, Aaron. Come to us. Don't leave us, Aaron. Don't leave us, Aaron.
Still slowly backing out.
Your back collides with a wall.
Turns slowly as my hand, slowly what seems to be a collapsible rod slips out of my hand. I'll turn.
It is just a wall, which is impossible because you had to come from somewhere, but it isn't there. It's not there anymore. Are those hands, faces pushing up against the wall? Walls shouldn't act like that. Walls aren't plastic.
Step away from the wall.
Aaron. Aaron. Come to us. Stay. Don't leave us.
I'm going to glance at Bowser. Is he in his spirit form at this point?
What is the spirit form of Bowser?
Basically a Briar Wolf.
He is.
Okay.
You see past the illusion and you see him for what he really is. He looks confused and afraid.
I'm just going to go nod and go, yeah, boy. Me too. You know what? I guess I'm going to look for some sort of exit. And as I do so, I'm going to just let just take out a battery and stick it in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So I can summon up Primal Glory. Yeah, I believe it's Primal Glory without actually spending any glamour for it.
Mm-hmm.
As the lightning starts to caress around me.
No. Turn off the light. The light does not belong here.
Then where is here?
It doesn't answer. You're at the door. Wooden. Like a cabin.
Oh, thank you.
No.
Sorry, I'm a little slow today. Oh, biscuits, biscuits. Biscuits with butter.
Go ahead and take the plate out and just put butter on them. How do you like the?
Can I have some butter?
How'd you like the?
So at the door.
It was
Yes.
really good. The stew just needed a little more spice,
Yeah, it was
a little more seasoning.
What? I couldn't hear you.
I said, I get to the door and I start hearing someone talk about biscuits with butter.
No.
I believe so. Let me check.
I'll wait.
Are we good, bot? Got enough biscuits with butter?
I couldn't find the other one.
Nope. The tenseness has broken.
No, the music's still going. The tenseness is still there.
Mm,
Yeah, you got this
I'm just
one.
going to.
Oh yeah. you
Yeah,
got
me
this one
too.
right here.
you
All right.
reach the door. And the door
And you got a black one here.
seems wooden.
You got plenty.
Thank you.
No
But is
wash
it?
and stuff tomorrow.
Or is it just another illusion? How can you trust your surroundings after what you've been through? Are the things that you are seeing and experiencing right now just another lie? Have you just lost it? Are you unable to tell what is real and what is not? Everything seemed so normal before. So close to safety. And then all of a sudden, when you're not in the company of a sweet young girl, you break. Is this really happening, or are you just crazy? The fact remains,
Crazy, I'm not
the door
crazy.
is there. It is slightly ajar.
I'm going to glance at Bowser again and then slowly step through with my Banton at the ready.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to keen again, or are you comfortable not doing?
I'm not going to key until I see where I am at first.
Okay. You walk into this room. The door does not close unless you want to close it and make the effort to close it. It does not resist your touch. It does not squeak. It is, for all intents and purposes, a normal door. You look around and there are paintings and statues of different styles, clearly done by different artists, each and every single one of them, but they each have their own unique flair, and perhaps you are one of the rare creatures of the earth and beyond to be able to perhaps intrinsically know if someone is different from another piece in the room. So connected to emotion and creativity are you. You see paintings of meadows and glades. You see paintings of a sweet old couple in a cute Italian coffee shop. You see pictures of cats and dogs playing with one another, a most unlikely friendship. You see statues, some in a thinking position, some as if to declare to the world, bask in my infinite glory. And one in the corner of the room, the literal corner of the room, facing the corner, crying. With you being as observant as you are and as paranoid as you so cleverly have become, you also notice the hyper-realistic eye painting hung on the wall, on the ceiling. situated in the middle of the room. It seems to stare down at everything. But there is no one here.
Slowly looking around, I'm going to walk towards the center of the room, my eye on the eye.
The eye eyes you back, unblinking, unfeeling. It has a natural kind of human gray coloration, and it stares down. It does not judge, it does not glare. It merely watches, without emotion, without a care. You know that the chair that clients would you see sitting in, or you would imagine to sit in, it has been pulled out as if you were expected. It doesn't pull out in front of you. It has already been done ahead of time. The mahogany desk is exactly that. It is a mahogany. It is treated very well, and it is perfect, immaculate. No pencil overshadows the other. They are all in equal line and height, shaved to exact measurements. There is no dust. There's no detritus or debris that one would see in an office. It is clean, eerily so. And of course, a computer.
I'm going to breathe out slowly. Say to Bowser, be ready with the battery still in my mouth. So 1 second. We're ready for anything. And then try to keen again.
You can again make the roll.
4 successes.
4, that's more than 2. Have you ever seen Silent Hill?
Yep.
A very similar situation happens. Reality around you begins to putrefy and shed and rust and sag and slough off of its features, or dissolve and rise into the sky. Yes, not ceiling, sky. The walls warp and bend at impossible angles. And yet, even still, they are perfect. No matter which way they bend or zag, they are perfect. There is an order to this chaos. Order. You see that the ground that you stand upon, at first you thought they were blades of grass. But then you realize, no. It is millions upon millions upon millions of copper wiring, wriggling like earthworms, trying to kiss the flesh of your feet, to feel the electrons pulse through your being. They want to touch you, but they are rooted in place. And when you move about, it sounds like metal screeching against metal. or a shoe against a basketball court, echoing off into infinity.
Now, I have a quick question. I forgot
Yes.
to ask before. Is my mask down? Is my meaning?
Yes.
That makes things interesting.
Describe to me, and everyone here, what happens when your flimsy mask falls.
I have a better yet. I'm just going to put it in the image channel.
And for our listeners,
I will describe it. But I just want to do this first. The mask falls. Standing in its place is almost a looming, almost towering man made of dark clouds and swirling lightning. His limbs seem to trace out of this body, reaching out into claws of lightning that seem to pulse this way and that. Stands tall, looking around. Can you guys hear me?
yeah.
Something about my mic glitching.
Oh, it's slightly glitching, but it's not too bad yet.
There we go. The shadows and clouds seem to roil off him like a cape, falling down to the ground. Where his feet would be are almost twisters, roiling around. I don't know what else to say about him.
I'm just waiting for you to do as much as you want.
Yeah.
Okay. But yes, this is the truth revealed to the world now, at least in this quote room.
He's a creature of electricity held together by the ions of the storm.
And the
Now,
longer that you keen, the more details you see, the less of what you thought. Well, let's be real here. That room was far too pretty for you to believe it to be true. It flakes and rots. It changes. It never seems to be in one state for too long, and yet even still in this chaos, there is an order to it, a pattern, a number, a sequence, a code.
my head is looking at this pattern. Can I perhaps touch on this code? Perhaps get some tantalization on what it is?
And what do you mean exactly?
I don't know, you cut out halfway through and I just heard a code.
What do you want to do with the code when you say tantalize it?
I want to try to understand it, get what the code, figure out what the code is. If it's a sequence of numbers.
Roll your willpower for me. Current willpower.
Which is actually at full, so... Two successes.
2 successes. You reach out with your hand, the electricity licking against this code. At first, you thought it was a series of ones and zeros, but then you quickly see that these are no human numbers. This is not, nor was it ever meant to be, seen, recognized, or appreciated by mortal beings. You get the dreaded feeling that even a creature like you, who sees the world in such clarity in some ways, was also not meant to see such things. You feel the code slip underneath the skin of your clouds into the spaces between the currents that flow through you, and they wriggle and skitter and slither in the veins of your mane. And they squirm, and they burrow, and they grow closer to your heart, to your mind.
Try to force them away. Try to drive them out. I do not want to know these things. I do not want to know them. I do not want to know them. I do not want to know them.
Spend a point of willpower for me. Mark it off on your sheet.
No problem.
In a violent display of Mother Nature combating against whatever this shit is, it was an immense explosion of electricity, of static and lightning, the smell of ozone being burnt, echoing off into the void. But not that comforting white void. No. The void of space. The space between stars. The space that is neither hot nor cold. The space that is yet is not. Oh, dear.
I'll slowly look around.
You see some of the statues begin to twitch in unison. Why did you have to go and open your eyes? It will be much harder now to fix you, to help you. Now that you know, you were never meant to be aware of such things. No, never at all.
Dr. Frost, I presume?
That is one of many identities that this one has consumed. You see in front of you a chair manifesting, weaving. No, not weaving. The very fabric of this twisted reality shatters and breaks and warps. That constellation and the galaxy itself peeling away as if wallpaper, revealing a maddening void in the wound that you absolutely do not want to see, lest they crawl back inside of you again. But this fabric, this constellation, it forms a chair. And the wound that was caused by this rip, by this design, it mends, and it is as if it never was exposed to you in the first place. Sit. for me. Perun, sit for us.
Lady, you got a lot of explaining to do, he'll say as he sits down.
Are you sure that you would want to hear all of the truth that I know? We fear that you would prefer to run back to your keeper instead. Oh yes, Perun, I know what you are, and I am very aware that we were speaking with your fetch last time. Very, very aware. Now, would you prefer the pretty, pretty lie, or this cosmic, unfathomable truth? In Dr. Frost's opinion, it would be counterintuitive to mental healing if you were exposed to the truth of things. Perhaps the pretty lie coated with honey and belladonna will fit better.
Gives a small shrug and goes, wherever you are comfortable.
It is not my comfort that we worry about. It is yours. Do you feel more at home here in the abnormal? Or do you feel most safe when you put on your mask and hide?
His face is unreadable. Now, comfort and safety are completely different things.
Very astute of you. It is a wonder why there are not more of you. Mortals that have something to offer to the world. So many dunces and oaths do I see skittering on the surface of the world that I helped create.
Raises an eyebrow at that one.
Oh,
Speck
yes,
of light
babe.
pops off. What? Who are you?
It depends on what I want done. I can be Dr. Frost. I can be Tonya. I can be many people. As for what I am, it depends on who you ask. To put it almost correctly, I am
What do you want from little old me? Just one skittering little ant, after all.
Not even that. But a god must distract themselves now and again. And sometimes, when you get enough microscopic things together, you can make something. An atom, a molecule, a small thing to use. Are you not comprised of tiny microscopic things?
Shrugs and says, "That's the universal truth I've heard. No matter what, all big things are just made of smaller things."
Dr. Frost has a duty to perform. Please close your eyes. Stand from the seat. Exit the room. Turn clockwise 3 times. Knock on the door 2 times. Sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. But do not wonder who they are. Dr. Frost will open the door for you.
Slowly raises his hand and goes, "You not want me to click my heels 3 times and say there's no place like home?" As he stands up, closing his eyes and obeying what the voice said.
You hear a voice on the back of your neck. How you can hear from your neck is one thing, but it says, "I can bring her here. The Keeper. Mind your tongue. Insignificant thing."
If lightning could go pale, it would. As he goes, "Yes, ma'am." He'll stand up, walk out the door, close with his eyes closed, turn around 3 times, singing "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where they are."
Oh,
Oh, sorry. No. Whatever it was.
okay. All right.
How
Keep going.
I forget what it was. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for me.
Okay.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I won't wonder what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And then on knock 3 times. And
Oh,
and Discord
Rune.
flashes.
Perun. Please. Come in.
Baron will step in. As he does so, he'll just nod to her. He'll really want to say something, but he'll bite his tongue.
What is it?
You've got a very interesting hall out there, Doc.
Thank you. I made it myself. It protects me from things. Please forgive the way that I speak. I am... Well, that is of no consequence to you. You see a smile, and then the smile vanishes again, as if it was just an automated response from a machine. Please, Perun Voltric, take a seat. Or leave. Please, Perun Voltric, take a seat.
He'll sit down.
Are you comfortable in your seat?
Yes, very much so, Doc.
Please, call me Frost. They begin to walk rather stiffly towards the stand that has the decanters of alcohol on them. Can I tempt you for a drink?
Thinks back to what was there beforehand and says, I think I'll pass.
Are you sure? Alcohol can soothe the nerves.
Holds up his tea.
Ah, a cleanse. Mighty good. Well, I suppose we should get started. As I said, I am Dr. Frost. I am Sector 9's psychiatric and psychological evaluator. You have been brought in today because the sector would like to know how you are doing, how you are faring, and if you would like to ask for any assistance.
I'm just doing grand, Doc.
Do not lie to me. It is not preferred.
Right? Well,
You have undergone a harrowing experience to be taken and ripped through what you call the hedge, but what I call 11000111000111001112. It must have been very painful.
He'll nod slowly. It
And then
was.
you were in Arcadia. This is of great interest to me. I have never been to Arcadia. I would very much like to visit sometime.
Can you do that? Just visit?
I can do many things, Perun. I can do almost everything. And so can you. If you only put your mind to it. They then give a very awkward wink, as if a broken doll that a child would have can only wink instead of blink when you lay them down.
He'll just nod slowly at this.
I understand that the situation in which we are meeting in is not optimal. It is not what I would have preferred. No. I believe that this is counterintuitive to your healing process. Despite what you may think, Dr. Frost, I care about your well-being and welfare. You work for Sector 9. I work for Sector 9. We work on the same side. So I would like to help heal your suffering.
Look, as all-mighty as you are, some things just take time, you know? I was ripped from one place, a place I thought was safe, a place I thought I had stuff under control, and shown just how little control us humans actually have. It's not something you can just get over by talking.
That is correct. But talking requires your brain to think. It requires you to send off electrical impulses and to explore the deep wrinkles of your mind. And when you talk, you think. And when you think, you discover. And when you discover, you will find memories. Memories that must be listened to. Memories that must be processed. Memories. You must make peace with your memories. But not now. Not so soon. You are not the first to walk in those shoes. You are not the first to have gone to that place. And I am so sorry. I am so sorry that you had to go to such a terrible, terrible place. I have heard countless horror stories, victims of abuse that mundane humans would scoff at and immediately say that you were crazy or intoxicated or inebriated in some way. But we know the truth, don't we? We know what it's like to not have control. We know what it's like to be tormented and used and discarded if it pleased them. We know the pain, don't we?
For once, Perrin is at a loss for words. Just nods slowly, while one hand holds on to himself, the other has slowly reached down and is patting Bowser again.
We are very different, you and I. Very, very different.
No kidding.
I was, or rather, part of me was around at the dawn of creation. Maybe only a small part. A toe, an eyelash, an earlobe, a tentacle, a spark. Maybe a compressor. But some part of me was there. I've been here for so long. I hope that the power that is did not create Arcadia. Maybe it did. Maybe it did it because it wanted the byproduct being change things. And it put you through that machine, through the hedge, into the Arcadia, to blend and simmer and change, so that you will come out in the form it wanted you to be. Or perhaps you humans are more special, and you created Arcadia on your own. I cannot say.
Either thought scares me. Either thought runs deep. It's ragged. To even consider that I was used to, that I was thrown in there like some baked good to be made, be changed, is haunting. And but the idea that humans, our imagination, force of will, created that place, created them. No, that just can't be that, but can be. Humans are foul. Humans are.
Yes.
Our imaginations run wild and stop them. We can't stop them. We can't stop them.
Listen to my voice, Perun. Focus on my voice. When you are in my office, you are safe from them, from the humans that are so cruel and foul. You are safe from them, those in Arcadia and those that serve them. When you are in my office, you are in sanctuary. And for as long as you are in it, you are safe. That is a truth.
But safety is only fleeting. To go out there eventually, I have to face them. And I know I have to. I know I have to. To go out, it's can't stay here. And once I step out, the world just opens up in all the dangers. And just like that, he snaps his finger. You could be gone. Well, not you personally, but Christine, Caden, all the normals, those who are just living their life. They could be just gone, snatched away, taken away like I was, without rhyme, without reason. I can't think that they would have gone through this with reason. I can't believe that there was a master plan. If I believe there's a master plan, then I believe that there can be that much cruelty in it.
Listen to my voice, Perun, and know that I speak the truth. I have seen the face of God, and he is not all loving. He is not all caring. He isn't even a he, but an it. A thing so cosmically powerful that not even I can comprehend it, let alone you, let alone a mundane mortal. But here is what I do know. This cosmic engine, this machine that exists in, around, and beyond reality, an existence. Its toys are failing. More and more, the angels fall, the doves splatter on the asphalt, and their copper blood, a message. What I am saying is that you are right. This machine of horror and control and violation, it most likely did this to you, for a reason only it knows. But more and more allies flock to the banner. They flock to the barcode. One day, perhaps 1,000,000 years from now, the big bad wolf that did this to you, not your keeper, but the one behind it, the one far, far behind it, the big bad wolf that even I fear, it will fall. Of that, I can promise you. For as long as I still exist, there will be others that flock to the barcode. The machine will fall, even if I have to tear out its gears with my own talons. And you will have justice and retribution, and you will know that no one else will have to go through what you have gone through. And if you so wish it, I could take away that pain. But if you ask me, that'll just make you a bigger target.
Shakes his head at the offer of taking away his pain. No matter where it's from, no matter what it's from, pain is still gross.
That is correct. Unfortunately, fewer and fewer are coming to realize this fact. And fewer realize that truth is hard to swallow. But there is hope for you, Perun. As hopeless as this time may seem, as insignificant as you may think of yourself, or be shown to be, enjoy the small things. Enjoy the fresh air of Ironside. Enjoy the feeling of your fingers on a keyboard, on string when you play a guitar. Listen to the songs of nature, of humans singing. Go out and fornicate. Feel the pleasure of flesh in all of its glory and wickedness. Plunge yourself into icy cold temperatures in Norway. Ride on the back of a camel in Egypt and feel the heat down upon you. Dare to dream and journey the stars. Maybe if you travel far enough, you'll escape. Escape again. You seem to be good at doing that. Going against all the odds. You are not alone, Perun. Look into my eyes and know that I speak the truth. Do you look into her eyes?
Yes.
Her eyes are like static screens. All 19 of them. They change color, slowly, like a slow transition, a fading from one color to the other. Yellow, red, pink, blue, purple, and even some colors that have no names, that you've never experienced even in Arcadia. And some are just numbers, or what you think to be numbers. The code before colors are rendered into existence. You try not to look at those ones. And the flashing begins to get quicker, more sporadic, more intense and strange. And when she speaks, you believe her. It is impossible not to. You are loved. You are important. You matter. Your end is not soon, and it is not written. You will get what you seek. But for now, grieve, cry, scream. Let the emotions out, like pus from an infected wound. Let it ooze out of you, so that you may stand a chance of becoming healthy again. Look into my eyes, she says, as they begin to get quicker and quicker. She draws closer and closer to you, phasing completely through the desk as if it was not there, because perhaps, as you know, it probably does not. Look upon me, but do not despair. Things will be right again. You have a guardian angel. You wake up in a sweat in a room, all white and padded. For a brief moment, you are alarmed, thinking that you have completely lost your marbles and you are in some kind of insane asylum cell. But you're not. Not quite. You are in a room that has a bed and a sink and a TV. Bare necessities. And you have a call nurse button right next to you. You feel like you had the most weirdest dream. Please take the inspiration condition, or inspired condition.
Cool.
Regain your lost willpower point.
Alright.
And gain a beat.
Woo!
No. Am I doing another person? I can't remember.
Expert Ewok. Get analyzed by Dr. Frost.
I mean, they didn't even leave a stage to stand on.
My question stands. My question was if Nathan is sitting beneath the floor listening to all of this. He wouldn't.
No.
He wouldn't be privy to the supernatural parts, and there is the idea that he would have heard a normal conversation between the Doctor and Faerun, because he doesn't have Keen. Kenning.
Right.
But
I'm not gonna be crass and reveal the very obvious supernatural state that is Dr. Frost. But what I will say is your nature and their nature conflict so much, it may as well have an EMP spiritually. So no.
I mean, what I meant to say was the only thing he would have heard essentially was a normal conversation and then his name being called.
Are you talking about you being in the primordial dimension?
If you're talking about Twilight, yes.
Right.
As far as I know, there is no real way to see what the God Machine's about unless you have the ability to like ignore reality, which is what Kenning is about. So
sure. For the sake of the story, I don't know about rules wise, but for the sake of the story, the God Machine is coming after me. For the sake of the story, I revealed too much. For the sake of the story, I'm going to say that you felt you felt like you had intense vertigo in your physical body and in your soul self. Soul self being your imaginary friend that isn't so imaginary. And it was very staticky or echoey, but you do hear your name. And
the power move. Here we go.
And oh god, here we go. Okay.
The power. This is all I wanted. I don't care about the information. This is all I wanted. So after Perun leaves, maybe about 30 seconds pass, and the good doctor will see Nathan begin to enter the room, but from the floor. And there's the top of his head, and then his face, which is like a deadpan.
You can't go into the room. You can go into the hallway.
I mean, unless this place is like very heavily warded against ghosts, I don't see why.
It is quite literally removed from reality.
Oh, it's a bolt hole.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah. So you can that's why I'm willing to bend the rules and say you're allowed to go in the hallway, even though rules wise you probably wouldn't even be able to go in there. But if you want, you can go into the hallway and be like, what the fuck is this place? Something is deeply, deeply wrong here.
No, actually, no, that's gonna cause some questions because according to everything, this doesn't exist. This hallway doesn't exist. This room doesn't exist. Okay, well, so much for the power. Old holes are strange. All right, fine then. His name will be called. He'll walk down the hallway normally, not like a ghost.
Unfortunately.
He will walk through the door, though. Fine.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I am a ghosty goo, damn it! I died for this, literally.
Give it to me. This is all I have. Yes, he will walk through the door without opening it, however. Just almost out of spite, maybe.
Well, Tonya, unsurprisingly, does not hear you come in because the door does not open.
Oh, I thought that was like her office door. Like he went through the normal process of checking in with the receptionist and all that.
Oh, okay.
He only would have saved the whole ghost angle until he was like entering her office proper.
I thought you were just like walking through walls and shit. No, like not caring who's. Okay, so yeah, your name is called. You are brought to the waiting area. It is about 10:20, and by the time that your name is called, it is 10:30. You go down the hallway and you get very weird vibes from it just because you are sensitive. But beyond those vague details, you cannot tell why. And as for the door to the office, no, you cannot go through it. It is a bolt hole.
I was under the impression he was already in the bolt hole as soon as he was in the hallway.
Yeah, no. Demons are weird.
Demons are very weird. So he's going to open the door, and his expression is very exacerbated. It's like, it's just a door. What would be so frustrating about a door? But apparently this is some kind of frustration. He doesn't say anything. He just opens the door and steps inside, has a look around.
I like to imagine that you're trying to go through the door and you just head planted on
Yes,
the
that's
door.
exactly what happened.
Oh,
Hence
okay,
his
so you're just
expression.
like, I'm gonna be really cool, and then, oh fuck!
His frustration is it didn't work,
Right,
and
'cause you
nothing else
literally
has stopped him before.
Right. Okay. So after headbutting the door and then going into the room, you see what I described before. You see paintings, you see statues. Most of the paintings are quite normal and quite fine and quite average. But if you look up, which I'm assuming you do, you see a hyper-realistic painting of an eyeball with grey coloration looking down upon the room within the center of the ceiling.
Now,
And it
how
seems to-
large is that painting, by the way?
On the ceiling?
Yes.
About the size of a person.
That's substantial.
Yeah,
It's a very large eyeball.
it's a very large ceiling. It would be kind of weird if they had like a small square. Has to be big enough for people to notice that something's there. But no one is around.
He's going to walk towards the seating, and he's looking at this painting because it probably follows him, and or maybe it doesn't follow, and he's seeing which one it is. These types of illusions are always interesting.
Yes. You think that it's looking like it's following you, but you don't know if that's a matter of perspective. If it's actually, you can't quite tell. It's eerie nonetheless because it is very hyper realistic. You can see the eye fluid glistening. That's how hyper realistic.
Oh, I've seen one of these before. Curious. I wonder who also saw it. Maybe they don't know. That'd be an interesting coincidence.
There is a stand with numerous alcohols on them,
Oops.
with numerous glasses. There is, of course, the immaculate mahogany table with the white keyboard and white monitor. Strange, though. There's no tower. Maybe it's like in the desk itself. All the cords seem to be going into the desk, at least.
This is a strange place. Feels strange. The normal rules don't seem to apply. Whatever those are.
I quite like my office, actually. You hear from behind you.
Well, as long as it's an office. Painting is unique.
Oh, yes. I inherited it from a friend of mine. He wanted it to be hung up where I would see it, and because I work primarily from this location, And because I felt bad not fulfilling his wish, I fulfilled it. I just decided to put it in a place that I could see it, but it wouldn't necessarily be the first place my clients would see and get unnerved by.
Is he dead?
Unfortunately.
Ah, that would explain a few things. May I have a seat?
Of course. She will go and she will sit in her own office chair at the mahogany table.
He'll take his seat back a few inches and have his own seat.
So, my name is Dr. Frost, but you can call me Frost if that's what you'd like more. You are whom?
My name is Nathan.
Yes, Nathan. I've heard a little bit about you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself so I can fill in my files?
Well, I'm not sure what there is to say. Veteran from the last war. Not a whole lot of records to go with me, unfortunately.
Perhaps you would have met my artist friend. He was also part of the war.
I suppose I may have. All the same, the honorable discharge, ran around with contract work. Considered law enforcement for a bit. It is a little bit too restrictive for my taste. Above board taste, but too restrictive all the same.
There's no judgment in this zone.
Section 9 was a bit of a surprise. But I had my training from the military, and they had their needs, we'll say, and the two aligned.
And how have you been feeling recently?
Conflicted.
And why is that?
I suppose in as few words as possible, I would say I suppose I want to make something of myself in this opportunity.
Do you have a goal in mind?
You said you wouldn't judge in this zone, but how about reporting?
No. You see, I'm somewhat of a dead zone. People come in, they tell me what they need to, I help them get things right in their head and in their heart. And any information that is given here, is it really given?
I wish to dismantle this organization, or at least the need for it.
Please elaborate.
Section 9, they operate, they exist. Their primary goal is the protection of people, normal people, we'll say. It's a very honorable goal. It's very admirable. It mainly exists, however, because you have bad actors on both sides of the fence, we'll say. I wish to remove the bad actors, but I wish to protect those who are minding their own business on both sides of the fence.
So, if we were to use an example, if I was a bad actor, you would target me, but not Tonya, the receptionist.
I suppose so.
I see. And when did this desire take place? When you were recruited? Several days or weeks, or however long you've been with the sector? When did it really begin to mature?
I would say today, 2 weeks ago.
And what was the catalyst of this decision?
I died.
Do go on.
I suppose at this point, most of a grounded bent would question my sanity, but suppose we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Do you fear that I do not believe you?
No. Suppose we'll see. All the same. For certain parts, certain people that I worked for in the military, they had all sorts of different programs. One of them that I was with a good fit for included extensive augmentation. However, as you may notice, I no longer possess those augments. I don't remember much. I don't remember much about how the process actually worked. I was trying to piece as much of it together. There would be missing time. I'm sure you're aware of the concept. My best guess is drugs were involved. Tranquilizers, that sort of thing. Either way, there would be a portion of missing time. Then I would wake up back in my apartment and there would be more augmentations. Augmentations I don't remember having.
They were taking you apart and building you back up again.
I did volunteer. And to be fair, it made my job much easier. However, I didn't really know where the finish line was going to be, you know? How much of me was going to be me by the end of it?
What a philosophical question.
I'd heard rumors. Not everyone in the program would stay in the program. Some would leave. So, I didn't have too much to lose at that point. I didn't have a lot of family that's living that I know of. Most of my friends were also in the military, half of them no longer with us. So, I left. And much to my surprise, but also much to my chagrin, they let me. And for the first year, I thought, well, that's that. I'll find something else to do. Stayed off the grid this long, I suppose I can keep staying off the grid, but then there was more missing time. And more augmentations.
You
Mysterious.
left them, but they didn't leave you.
No, I don't think they did. There was interesting phone calls, mysterious emails, shady backroom deals down at your local pharmacy. I think the only frustrating thing about all this was why they just wouldn't let me in on the process. I was perfectly willing to do what they wanted, and yet after 2 years, one of my old handlers shows up, utters just one little sentence, and I can't remember anything after that. I just remember finding myself standing in the living room, facing him. He seemed pleased, as if I'd passed some type of test.
Did he call you any special names, or at least that you can remember? Any names that he allowed you to remember?
No. No, that was my rank, my service number, all attached to my last name. He would lay out missions, he would lay out parameters, he would lay out what payment would be where. That was all in the open. But no matter how many times I told them that I'd be willing to do what they wanted, that I'd be willing to undergo some of these surgeries, that they just gave me some type of agency. No, I guess they weren't interested in that. It's probably why I was a good candidate. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter now.
Have you done something to anyone in Sector 9 yet?
No. No, I do believe our interests for now are very much aligned.
And where would that crossroad be?
If, and it would be a big if, I somehow survive to reduce or remove the need for Section 9 to continue its existence, and if the leadership of Section 9 would disagree with me, then that would be a crossroads, we'll say.
I see. Having died, it would most definitely have a psychological impact, an impression, trauma. So why don't we explore that? How did you die exactly?
I don't know. Not exactly. Some. It's a process I'm still working on, you could say. I have a guess.
What is your guess?
The last time I was alive, I remember forgetting. It was right before one of those moments where I had lost time. Either they came for me and then killed me, or something went wrong.
Do you remember any of the names of those involved?
No. But I do
Well.
remember a face.
Oh?
I guess enhancing my fortitude as far as they had. They must have dosed me incorrectly. I was cognizant, only for a few moments. The sounds were not pleasant. It was some kind of surgery, easily. But there was a huddling of doctors over me. And what caused all this was the sound of the door opening. And then I saw a face. A woman.
A woman.
I didn't
Describe this
recognize her.
woman's face.
That's the problem. I don't recognize her.
But surely you can give me details. The prominency of her nose, her hair, the eye color.
Hmm. I don't know about prominent details, but I can remember that her eyes weren't right.
In
I've
what
seen
way?
I've seen people look at other persons as if they were property, or as if they were loved, or as if they were hated. Her eyes had no emotion. There was just a hunger almost. I don't remember much more than that. I was only conscious for probably 2 or 3 seconds. I either passed out from the pain or because they dosed me correctly after that.
Why don't we do a little exercise then, Nathan? I will give you some pens, pencils, and paper. Now, it may seem silly, but when our memory begins to fail, sometimes our muscles pick up the slack. They remember things that our brain does not. If I was to give these instruments to you and told you to draw this woman, or at least her face, would you be willing to give that a try? Because I am quite curious about this woman. Curiouser more about these doctors that did these things to you. I do not believe that this would be sanctioned, and if so, then I need to think long and hard about my place within this company, sector, agency.
Oh, they didn't work for Section 9.
Are you saying that they do not?
These doctors were with the military. My military. My branch.
Then it is even more curious. They shouldn't be able to do these things.
I signed off on very extensive paperwork.
Yes, but you
However,
have no idea.
However, as far as their faces go, I might have a way to get you that.
Go on.
He's going to reach into his pocket. He's going to pull out a very mundane looking pair of keys. You see these?
I do.
These are the keys to my apartment. How very boring. Yet something about them is very grounding, as if to remind me that I spent a long time in the land of the living. Either way, They remind me of something. Either way, these are my keys. I was the one who died, unfortunately, 2 weeks ago. My killers were obviously a couple of surgeons, and I do believe that was probably surgery that did it.
How much do you know of what you are now? And what differences have taken place?
What do I know? That particular ghost says that I am bound. We made a bargain.
Careful with bargains.
Mm-hmm. True. He brought me back to life. He comes along for the ride. All the food that I eat, all the... Whoops. All the time that I spend basking in the air conditioning or standing around and walking out in the rain. He gets to experience some of that. What it's like to be alive.
And how would you find his influence with you? Do you talk often? Do you not talk at all, but just feel each other's intentions?
Yeah, talking, it's a manner of speaking. He, and Nathan is making this circular motion with his hands. He doesn't really have a head, you see. It's more like gurgling. I think it's from his neck.
But you can understand the words that he wished to have said.
Yes. Somehow. Odd, now that I think about it.
Oh, stranger things have happened.
Yes, they have. That painting of yours, for example, I swear I've seen eyes much like it in the underworld.
Tell me
Certainly the
more.
same kind of creepy. That's it, really? I've just seen them there. I've seen many odd things in the underworld. Normal ghosts, maimed ghosts, ghosts that are so twisted you begin to wonder if there's something else entirely. Pathways, strange-looking food, whole rivers, really. That's off track.
You've seen quite a lot. Then again, I suppose transitioning from life to death and back to life again, it will show you things.
Well, one of the things that I can also do, if I have an anchor for a ghost, or if I am present at the scene where a ghost died, I can see how it happened.
This could prove very useful to your current employers.
Yes. As I said, our interests do align. Normal people, those who kill normal people, I don't need them continuing to kill normal people. And if they are already dead, I don't need them to be bothered by those who still live.
Might I give you some advice?
Yeah, yes.
They're going to ask you to go someplace soon. Someplace they don't have much information on. Someplace that kills. No. Incorrect word. Someplace that gets rid of normal, innocent human beings. A place that gets rid of harmful, guilty folk as well. It doesn't discriminate. Not much is known about this place. Only that those that go there tend not to return, and the very few that do seem to be incapable and unwilling to speak about such things that happened in there, even the most minute of details. Why am I telling you this? Well, because I have it on good authority that someone is going to try to approach you soon and try to convince you, in one way or another, to go to this place. Just to scout, they might say. Just a little look on the inside. Do not go. It is a place that even you, who has seen much, would not fare well in. And endurant as you may be, there are forces that can take that away permanently. Do not get me wrong. There are souls there. Many, in fact. And they are in pain. And they wish to be free. And yet.
Is anything like that door of yours over there?
Possibly. I wouldn't know. I haven't been there.
I usually don't have a problem walking through doors, walls, whatever I feel like, really.
My place of work is a safe space. Can't have strangers walking in anytime they want.
Well, seeing as you're so interested in these persons, and seeing as I didn't get too much of a good look at her face, this is one way to do it. Unfortunately, to step out of character for a moment.
What's that?
But I am one beat away from having enough to get a second dot in this particular ability, which would make this entire scene easier.
What ability?
The Memoriam. If he's willing to just let me treat this as if it had a second dot, that would be very helpful.
I would allow it.
Yeah. Those three they're going into that second dot. So I'm not just taking it and running. That's what he's buying next.
Mhm.
So Nathan is going to make a very awkward request. You don't mind if I lay down, do you?
Would you prefer a lounge, or is the carpet fine?
Lounge would do well. You see, I was laying down at the time,
Hmm.
and he
She'll gesture over to one of those classic therapy lounges.
large brown leather couch looking numbers, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So he'll lay down and he'll take out his keys and he'll put those on his chest. And what follows is rather odd. The room begins to shift. And soon, it's not this nice office that she is so used to. The room is now an operating theater. She could see this.
Yes.
She can see this, she could reach out and she could touch things, and then she would realize that her hands goes right through them, however. So the room is this operating theater, but it's obviously an illusion. It's not real. And yet when she looks back over to Nathan, there he is, laying on the table, completely splayed open. She can see them working on parts of his skeleton. She can see them working on something inside of his head. They are obviously busy in the moment placing implants inside of him.
Mm-hmm. She would be walking close without fear and trying to get a good look at each of these surgeons' faces. It's a bit difficult because she can't remove the surgical masks and gowns from them, so she only has half a face to analyze, but sometimes some people in this world only need half a face.
And then there's a noise. Behind her, a door, at least what you assume to be a door, these double large doors that tend to be outside these surgical suites.
Mm.
You can hear someone press against it far more gently than they normally should, and it begins to open. And there is the woman that he spoke of.
She would commit her face to memory.
And she would stride in. And, well, I imagine Bot might know more, but there she is.
Dark brown eyes surround a very thin yet healthy face. Black, although not quite black hair. Crimson, red, so dark that it almost appears black. Falls down all the way to the top of her back at a V-line. She wears a somewhat elegant gray and red dress. She has luscious red lips and looks very much like she belongs in her years of the mid-20s. But her eyes tell a different story. Someone who is far older and far more experienced than they appear to be. To answer some questions, this is not the woman in red. Some of the players may know. This is a different character.
Now, out of sheer curiosity, and because it would be interesting, did she have anything to do with Nathan's death?
Yes, she did.
And what might that have been? Did she
She was the
whisper
one
in?
who ordered.
Did she whisper into the
She-
anesthesiologist's ear? Did she tinker with something on the way out?
She whispered into the anesthetist's ear and dropped something in one of the vials.
What did she drop? Like, what did it look
Blood.
like?
It was blood.
Does Dr. Frost, in all her infinite wisdom, recognize this individual? Are they a part of Sector 9?
They are not a part of Sector 9, but they are someone that Mr. X would know, and a few others of his association.
Hmm.
Would you
I see.
consider this a triggering event?
A triggering event in that you have...
A triggering event in that, what's the hazy bit? I should have opened this up sooner.
where you become shook at looking at your own...
Malice. One of the Geist's triggers is malice, and for Hazy, it is to be the victim of a deliberate attempt to discredit, harm, or
Yes.
disempower you.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they're kind of broad. Cool. The memoriam ends.
And what begins?
The memoriam ends. The Geist, this ghost, this other that has brought Nathan back from the dead, it appears out of his chest, but the motion is very violent. It bursts, even though there's no gore or viscera or anything like that. It just appears. And even Nathan sits up, very upset, very angry. She murdered me.
She did.
Now I don't know, Bot, what the Geist's reaction to this would be, but
Resolve composure, please.
no. There's no need for a roll. There are various reactions to a crisis point trigger.
What page? I'll have a look.
It could be anything from like the Geist freaks out and starts attacking everything, to the Geist becomes protective, to the Geist could even become fascinated with whatever this trigger is and just sits there and stares at it. Or
I would say that it probably would want to lash out in any way that it can, violently.
Agreed.
All right then, I'm not. I'm not sure if that means it just begins wrecking things and Nathan's
It
just in
will.
there.
It will cause the vision and any basically anything you've created to symbolize the death. Everything will just shatter, and you will be back in the office with no visuals.
So the illusion shatters.
Yep.
The very nice lounge that he was sitting on begins to tear itself apart, basically, and Nathan's even like kicking the thing. She murdered me.
Yes, she did.
His right arm extends and it begins to shift, and this is not a natural thing to see. Very slowly but deliberately, his arm shifts from flesh until it looks like something is either his flesh is shifting from flesh into steel, or maybe the outside is turning into the inside and it's all bone, or in one way or another, his arm has gone from what you would expect to be a limb, it's now some type of blade, and he's swinging it as high as he can, and he's just bringing it down on top of this lounge over and over again, tearing deeper and deeper lashes and gouging and tearing off chunks of the wood. She murdered me.
Yes, she did. She placed something in a vial, and it killed you.
And eventually there's just nothing left of the lounge. So, or at least it's just now
Tatters and
a sad wreck of itself. And Nathan is left standing and just ever so slightly out of breath. And his hand, his arm, slowly shifts. Eventually undoes itself.
How did that feel, getting the aggression out?
Why?
It could be an overly complicated answer, but it could also be quite simple and cruel, because she could. But I find everything about you and what you are, the both of you, to be quite fascinating. So I will look into it as well. All that you must do is promise that you will let me know when you plan to dismantle Sector 9.
That's
Do
a
this.
deal.
Yeah.
That's a deal if you promise that I will be able to learn why she murdered me, and then that I will be the one to make the decision if I'm going to kill her or if I'm going to find out who gave her the order and then who gave them the order, and then find out why this order was necessary in the first place.
Baby steps.
And that reason is what I will undo.
Baby steps. We can perform deal after deal. But for now... And she looks expectantly.
For now, yes. Baby steps.
She unfurls her hand for a handshake and smiles. Shall we shake on it then?
She'll shake her hand. I'm sorry about the lounge.
What lounge?
Right then.
Well, it is good that you got this aggression out of your system, and I'm sure that you have plenty more where that comes from. I know it was just our first night meeting, but I would say we've already experienced a minor breakthrough. Unfortunately, it is company policy that you stay at least overnight while we monitor your sleeping and mental faculties, but it isn't too bad.
You will find that most of my rage is reserved to avenge others and not myself.
Rage is a volatile thing. It does not always listen to reason.
No, no, it does not.
But
This one time I may indulge, but I
a
suppose
conversation for another time. Why don't you go and speak with Tanya? She will let you know where to go from there.
yes, thank you, I'll do that.
Okay. And she remains seated and watches you as you go towards the door. And you leave,
Yep, he will leave.
and you go down the hallway with no theatric.
No, I think he got the theatrics out of his system.
You go down the hallway, and it's really odd. That sensation of something not being quite right in this hallway. Something not quite right with that door. Not quite right with that eye in that painting. And it seems like for just a moment, when you're walking down this void of a hallway, it's like you're not moving anywhere. You're walking in place. But that is a fleeting sensation as you come to the end of the hallway, and Tonya greets you from her seated position behind the desk and smiles. There are freshly baked gingerbread cookies in the form of stars. And she asks if you would want a guide to your room, or if you will find it, if you'll find it yourself.
Oh, those look delicious. And he will take one if allowed.
I'm so glad you think so. I made them myself. They're fresh out of the staff oven.
As far as a guide goes, yes, I believe that would be nice.
Wonderful. All right. And she will, in her wheelchair, roll out from behind her little station and go towards the door and strain and reach for the door handle, but she'll open it and holds it open for you.
He steps on through. And he's probably halfway through the cookie by now, and that very pleasant smile of his is now even more pleasant.
It is very delicious and very hot. She will roll you all the way to your designated sleeping area. And that is where things will remain. And as the camera kind of focuses away from Nathan, it goes back to Dr. Frost in all of their glory and their strangeness. The camera zooms in on the small hand mirror, which reflects the image of the clock on the wall that hits 11:30. But the clock is separated into quadrants: the second hand, the minute hand, the hour hand, and in each fragment, other reflections are cast. the reflection of a still image of each individual that has come to see Dr. Frost. Each arriving at the exact same hour, yet never meeting each other, never seeing any trace of them, and leaving at the exact same time to reach their room at the exact same time. Thank you, players, for going down this path and exploring this journey. I'm sure you've realized there's more to Dr. Frost and the world than meets the eye. Until next time, dearies.
And thank you